Test 1 2 3 1 2 3. Test Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta. Test, test. Test, test. One.
Okey doke. In accordance with Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22, I hereby call the August 13, 2025 regular meeting of the Bexley Board of Education to order. Kyle, would you call the roll for us?
Dr. Baker.
Here.
Mr. Carter.
Here.
Mr. King. Ms. Pickrell. Ms. Powers.
Here. We have a sign-in sheet for public participation as we work to ensure that our public participation section is responsive to the needs of our community, as well as the board's interest in conducting business in an orderly and efficient manner. We ask that those wishing to speak at public comment sign up at the podium at the beginning of the meeting. If there's anyone here who would like to speak and has not signed up yet, I ask that you do it now. And otherwise, Kyle, would you grab the sheet for us? And would you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? To the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The minutes of our July meeting were previously provided to the board. May I have a motion for approval of the minutes?
So moved.
Thank you. And a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. That motion carries. And I would ask for a motion to approve our agenda for this evening.
So moved.
Thank you. And a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries also. So our next item is public participation. The board welcomes the opportunity to hear from our community members. We encourage your participation within certain parameters. Public participation is an opportunity to be heard. It is not a Q&A session with the board. I will be responsible for orderly conduct of the meeting and the appropriateness of the subject being presented. When you come to the microphone, please state your name and address. And our policy requires that you limit your comments to 5 minutes. Kyle?
Alana Spector.
Yeah, there it is. It's on. You can hear? Okay. My name is Alana Spector. I live at 2444 Fair Avenue, and it's been a minute since I felt complied to come up here. But I'm coming here tonight as the very proud parent of a student with a disability who has been with the district. He was the first student enrolled in your preschool, and he's now entering his junior year later this week. And I can tell you that every day and every year has been a struggle and a fight. It's been miserable to be a parent with a kid that needs help. The way he's treated, the way he's valued, the way we as parents were treated and valued. And I can tell you that I am exhausted, I am mentally spent, and I'm scared because he's got 2 more years in this district. And I can tell you that he is not ready for secondary education, employment, or independent living. And I've got 2 years to get him to that place. I know many of you have been in your position for years. I can't say that I've researched, but at least 4 for some of you, 3, 4, I don't know. And yet this is the state of special education. And this is what we've been telling you for years and years, the state of special education is in this district. And nobody cared. Nobody listened. And I want to thank the BEA for doing what I have been begging for years, compelling this district to bring in an exterior auditor to look at our systems and find out what's wrong, because we can't fix it if you don't acknowledge what's wrong. No longer can you say that we're crazy parents, our expectations are high, and no longer can you gaslight me and tell me it's gotten better, because it hasn't. I've been here a long time and it has not. The report is clear. The report that I'm referring to is something that Dr. Fine will discuss later tonight. It's a report that I've had since June, but has not been shared with our community. You allowed admins to work on a system. Where's the work? Because it's no better. There's no normative practices. There's no standards. There's no collaboration. There's no standardizations between buildings. You have overworked staff. We have lost several of staff that I would have considered the best. You have put systems in place with nothing behind them. So they're nothing but a pretty presentation on a screen, and called it a win. And the thing that you don't use scientifically based research practices. I mean, this is basic framework for a SPED program. But I think the worst thing for me is that I've heard for years that we are a student-centered district. And this report came right out and said that the student voice is the least heard in the special education process. How can that be? How can you live with that? Clearly, fixing special education needs to be the number one priority of every person in this room. You have no business directing money, energy, or attention to anything before you fix this and before you give every one of our students the excellent education that they deserve. Not building rehab, which I firmly believe we need, and certainly not a sports complex. Those are not our priorities. Education is our priorities. My kid might be in a beautiful classroom, but he cannot learn if he's not being taught to his needs. I am asking all of you as a Board of Education to remember to use the special education lens when you're putting policies in place. An example I was just discussing with Ms. Powers is that you are introducing tonight for a first read a coach's handbook, a 74-page document. Yet in those 74 pages, not once did you reference the equity policy that you all put into place. Not once did you implore our coaches that they need to proactively find roles and opportunities for kids of all abilities to participate in extracurriculars. You forgot about our kids because they're not important. You also did not include the federal law under IDEA that requires coaches and directors and anybody in charge of these programs to level the playing field for tryouts and auditions for our kids. That's federal law. These coaches don't know that, and you didn't tell them because you didn't see it important enough in 70-something pages. My goal is, and always has been, to leave special education better than I found it. And as we all saw from this report, that's not a high bar. But I've got 2 years. I know the report gives us 3 years to fix this program, but my kid does not have 3 years. So I hope that you take immediate action as fast as you can. And since I have 20 seconds left, I want to thank specific teachers that over the years my son has been here under SPED that have made all the difference. Jay Scott, who has left the district, Jessica Bennett, who has also left the district, Monica Myers, and Kristen Brown. Those 4 teachers, there's too many to list, but those 4 teachers made my kids' experience here. It's not a staff issue, it's a central admin issue, and it's been the same issue for so many years. And the report's in front of you, and I hope you take it, and I hope you focus solely on that until there's market improvement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alicia Mitchell.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Mitchell, and I reside at 2456 East Livingston Avenue. I want to begin by recognizing the intentional language in the recent district newsletter, language we requested at the height of our complaint, investigation, and the clear retaliatory behavior by athletic staff, community members, and district volunteers. You stated, and I quote, "We remain committed to ensuring all staff interactions with students meet the highest standard of professionalism, safety, and respect, and that all concerns are addressed with transparency and accountability." That is the baseline expectation. It's not an aspirational statement. Yet tonight you are set to approve someone with close proximity to a host of policy violations and direct harm to my son and what we now know to be others. Without showing the community or its victims of this harm any intentional steps towards training, achieved competency, or measurable accountability. Instead, you have moved with a lack of transparency behind closed doors, disregarding your own protocols for communication and community engagement, protocols I will remind this board I helped draft in 2017. Placating me with non-committal emails while protecting the district's interest has not built trust. It has eroded it. And while you may see this is just one family, one child, or a report, our report proved that there were others. So yes, I welcome the steps to move the culture of the basketball program and athletics overall in a new direction. That change is long overdue. But so is your leadership in owning that, and not only to my family, but to the Bexley community. I also want to acknowledge my recent meeting with Mr. Cottle and Dr. Cook. Mr. Cottle has known my son since he was barely out of diapers. He had to tell him, and he also referenced you, Dr. Fine, that he had lost faith in you. That was extremely painful to hear as a former board member. Yet I am proud of my son's courage in that moment, even as he spoke his truth. His thoughts turned to how the team could heal and move forward, despite the fear, misinformation, and narratives driven by a fraction of the facts. The investigative findings that you commissioned confirmed what we have said from the beginning, that certain behaviors violated board policy over and over again. Handbook guidelines, codes of conduct, even statutes under the Ohio Revised Code. And that there was active obstruction of the investigation by coaches and retaliation by them and their surrogates. My concern is not only about the past, but about what happens now. Returning the same personnel to proximity with my son without retraining, demonstrated competency, not only undermines his safety, his trust, and the credibility of this district's commitment to transparency and accountability. Be clear, I have no personal vendetta against any coach, administrator, not even this board. I have only asked for what you have always had the ability to do: step into the gap and lead. Not with aspirational statements, but with accountable, measurable, and intentional action centered on the reason we are all here, the students. So I'm not here to protest your vote. I already know how that's going to end. I'm here to urge you to lead in the open, so students can believe in you again, parents can trust you, and your staff is both supported and accountable for upholding the policy that this board adopts. That courage of a student that the courage of a student or an adult is met with the courage of a system willing to change. And that when you say you prioritize safety and respect, every action that follows will make that promise real. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aiden Mitchell.
Oh wait, can y'all hear me? Oh God, okay. I'm a little nervous, so let's get going. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Fine, Mr. Smith, yeah, and everyone in the community who's listening. My name's Aiden Mitchell. I live at 2456 East Livingston Avenue. I'm the son of Alicia and Brian Mitchell, the brother of Miles, Liana, Chris, and Bria, and I'm a student athlete about to start my senior year at Bexley High School. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak tonight. A few months ago, I went through something I never expected. I was verbally and physically harassed, publicly singled out, humiliated, and retaliated against. It damaged my reputation and affected me more than I can explain here. My family filed a formal complaint which led to a third-party investigation that investigation confirmed what happened was both credible and substantiated. During that time, I was told not to speak about any of it, not to my teammates, not to my friends, no one. That silence created even more isolation. Rumors started flying. People were hearing pieces of the story that weren't true, twisted versions that made me and my family out to be the villains. That might sound extreme. That's how it felt. What shocked me the most was not one coach, no one from the staff involved ever checked in on me, not once. From January to the end of the school year, every single action had with staff members connected to the team got worse. Even my classmates noticed and would ask, why does it seem like he doesn't talk to you anymore? Or something feels off between y'all. I stayed quiet, but I knew something was right. This wasn't just about basketball. It spilled into classrooms, and that's where it really hurt. A few teachers who knew bits and pieces of what was going on started treating me differently too. One teacher in particular, who I saw often, started giving me cold looks or wouldn't even acknowledge me. At first, I didn't understand, but then I realized they didn't know the full story either. Still showing up to school every day, knowing people looked at me differently was one of the hardest things I've had to deal with. And even over the summer, those questions didn't go away. At the start of my senior summer, our summer basketball season was canceled. We found out by email, and for anyone who plays ball at Bexley, who knows summer ball is the best part of the season. After that announcement, I was harassed again, this time by students and even a few parents. I was told things like, drop the allegations, Aiden. We need summer ball. What's going on between you and the coach? Tell your parents to drop the charges, drop the racism allegations. I stopped going to the gym because I couldn't even work out without someone cornering me about it. So I finished my summer playing with Centennial High School instead. But even at camps with other schools, people would still asking, yo, what's going on? Or what's happening at Bexley? Everyone had heard, not just here in the community, but around Columbus. And they were all shocked. People were asking how things like this could happen in our district. I came here tonight because I needed to say something. I needed you to hear this directly from me, not filtered through rumors or staff or assumptions. I'm still here. I'm still standing, but this experience changed me. All I'm asking is that you take this seriously, because what happened wasn't just a misunderstanding. It was harm. It was harm, real harm, and it deserves real accountability. Thank you for listening, and appreciate y'all for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks so much. The next item on our agenda is board reports. So I will turn to Ms. Pickrell.
Sure. So the rec board met last week. reviewed several projects in the works as relates to kind of Year of the Parks improvements. That includes the Commonwealth Park renovation, which some of our students use for practice facilities, the new skate park and the new tennis courts, among other things. So probably an update on that next meeting. Again, Splish Splash and Dash, it's always a mouthful, is this weekend, which is a great opportunity for all of our students to participate. And they have some new events on there too. So please go to their website if you would like to register. The policy committee has met once since our board meeting tonight. We have policies reviewed that are related to changes in House Bill 29, which requires the district to remove from its policies any denial of license or permit, a student the ability to get a license or permit to drive based on truancies. So a lot of the policies have to do with that this week. And then we also have an updated cell phone policy for the first read. You all have received information in a newsletter about the cell phone policy as we start this new year. And this is a first read for that. So if we have any edits, we'll bring those next month. Oh, and there's no facility, there hasn't been a facilities meeting since we met.
Thank you. Any questions for Joanne? If not, I'll go to Dr. Baker.
July has been more of a quiet month for some of the committees. We just have had the One Bexley meeting that's been going on every month, just about. The Bens are leading it. We discussed the activities of the non-paid interns that we had this summer and the progress on those as students go back to school here tomorrow and Friday. Of course, looking at more ways of collaborating with what's going on Main Street. And then, of course, we talked about expanding and promoting our initiative with the yard sign and other kind of postcards and marketing materials. There will be an event in October for the dinner. And of course, I got a chance to go to the new teachers luncheon and meet some of the new teachers and even stop by the food trucks in Maryland and the high school. So that's about it.
Thank you, Jonathan. Mike?
As Dr. Baker alluded to, most of the committees have not met yet because school's out, and with staffing changes that will be coming out when they're actually official, then we will reestablish our schedule and begin meeting again. So I have nothing to report for the athletic board. PTO and technology has not met yet.
Thank you. Pat?
Similarly, there's I think 8 finance and facility meetings coming up this fall, but nothing since our last board meeting. And a facilities meeting, I think tomorrow, with Dr. Fine, among others. So more to come.
Great, thank you. Lily, do you want to?
I do not have anything to report this month.
Thank you. I have a quick report. PTO boosters, as Mike said, hasn't met. They meet first time on September 3rd. BEF has been hard at work getting ready for the new school year. Executive Director Pam Glasgow was part of this week's convocation, as well as the welcome for our new staff. And she talked about opportunities the BEF provides to our teachers and our district. It was a great reminder of how fortunate we are to have such a strong support organization in our foundation and all it does provide to our staff, our students, and our alums. BEF has a annual fund event that is Tuesday, August 26th. I'm unable to go to that, so if any of the board members want to go, let me know or let Pam Glasgow know. Tuesday, August 26th. The OSBA board member cabinet met on July 16. We had a presentation and a Q&A with 2 county auditors, Michael Stinziano, Franklin County Auditor, and Chris Klein, the Chief Deputy Auditor for Lawrence County. It was an interesting discussion that focused primarily on how the recently passed budget, House Bill 96, will affect property taxes in Ohio schools. And I have since that had a quick conversation with Kyle and Jason about possibly seeing what else. I know they already are engaged with Auditor Stinciano, but seeing how the district can get get him in to visit or spend a little more time with him as somebody who we can make a difference for, and he can obviously help us as well. So it was a helpful meeting. The legislative liaison to the OSBA last month, I reported that Governor DeWine had vetoed a number of provisions in House Bill 96, and that there was a plan for the House to get together to override 4 or 5 of those vetoes on July 21. They did get together and they did vote to override just one item, item number 66, veto item 66, which restricts political subdivisions, including school districts, from pursuing replacement property tax levies, as well as fixed sum emergency, substitute emergency, and combined school district income tax and fixed sum property tax levies. That veto override now would go to the Senate for consideration. It's my understanding that there has not been a calendared meeting for that override, but they're all on recess right now, so something may be scheduled when they all come back in September. In the governor's veto address, he announced that he would form a property tax reform working group. The membership of that working group was announced a week or so ago, and it includes county treasurers, auditors, superintendents, and county commissioners from around the state. So there will be school-related folks at the table for that. I will continue to follow the legislative stuff, and I will report further. If we don't have any questions, I will turn things over to Dr. Fine.
And those recommendations are coming out rather quickly, right? The tax policy.
Yes, they, and as I think we know, because we've talked about a little bit here, that there's already been a lot of work done. There have been committees in the legislature about what should happen. And so I think they can start with a lot of information already. And I am really hopeful that they do move very quickly. It'll have a huge impact on us and everybody in our community and across the state.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Brad's going to get us loaded. Lots to celebrate. Busy July and August. We've got staff in the space. The last 2 days has been 3 days, starting on Monday with convocation, which we'll talk about in a second. A lot of flurry of activity. Everybody's getting ready for Miracle Day, which is tomorrow for the majority of our students. And then all students will report on Friday. Leadership team retreat. We really appreciate the Bexley Public Library. They let us have their auditorium space. We had 2 full days prepping for the start of school. We've had lots of activity. We had a new staff orientation, which we'll talk about as well. We've had principals, meet the principals with Kona ice trucks, professional development over the last 2 days in many forms. Really appreciate our teaching and learning team providing that. We've had CPI training, you can see on the screen as well, both verbal de-escalation, restraint. We've got marching band camp happening, athletics have geared up, reunification training for our leadership team and our principals in the event of a tragedy, the important critical step of reuniting families with students in an orderly fashion and safe fashion. So we really appreciate Harley for leading us with that. We have Meet the Teacher supply drop-offs this evening, so a ton happening. Also, a huge thank you to Dr. Michelle Rogers, who's in the space as our new BEA president. We've had lots of really important conversations over the last couple weeks, months, and I love that you're in the space. I think that's important and it matters, and I'm excited for the partnership that we've got leading forward. Speaking of staff, as we get ready, I think one of the most important things we do is welcome our new staff. And we had an incredible day last week with new staff orientation, a full day of them trying to navigate the world of entering Bexley with all of the things that are education, but also community-wise. And culminated with a lunch at Capital University. We appreciate our partners at Capital University. You can see there with our new staff, Senator Herschel Craig and our state representative, Gerald's. They both spoke and gave really important conversations or inspirational treats about the power of public education, the power of being a teacher. And so we really appreciate that. Like I said, it's one of the most important things we do, recruiting the best,
hiring the best, and retaining the best. That's really important for us to be successful. That's what makes Bexley a place that is special. It is the people. So we really appreciate Melissa Kloshman Lando did a fantastic job of organizing that experience for our new staff. Really excited for that crew as we move forward. Convocation was this Monday. It's one of my favorite things, but it's also one of my favorite things to check off the list when it's done, because we know that they are in the space as a staff to get to the exciting moment where students are the focus. We had three, I guess, student performers. We had Zeke Moses, who was our Poetry Out Loud state champion, the youngest state champ in Ohio's history. We had Jacob and Lucy Robinson kicked off convocation with an incredible rendition of Children Will Listen. And it was a powerful reminder that the work that we do matters. Children are listening, they're watching, and it's critically important that our adults model those really great qualities for all of our students. We had breakfast. We really appreciate Julie Carvey's team and the leadership to provide breakfast. Dr. Brett Zaromsky came in and talked to us about the science of hope, provided some really important data about creating hopeful schools, and hopeful schools perform better academically. Students feel safer, absenteeism drops. So that's a focus for this year. We appreciate Victoria Powers for being in the space. It was a really special morning that then they went off to their classrooms and with buildings and had some really important conversations to get ready for students. But really appreciate Convocation Day. We also, one of the most important things we do, and Michelle was a part of this to help us out, we honor and recognize our years of service with our staff. We've got a lot of incredible staff members with 15, 20, 25. We had a 35-year, two 35-year service awards. And that shows that longevity and the desire for people to stay. So we love that part of that morning. I want to thank our incredible custodial maintenance staff. It is unbelievable what this team has done, and it is every year. The buildings are sparkling. I went through every building last Friday at about 3 p.m. as we were heading into convocation on Monday. They are hard at work every day. We cannot do what we do. Our students cannot be safe without the work of these incredible individuals, and they rally together all summer long. It smells great. It looks great. And we're just so thankful for this group. It is not an easy job. And I tell them all the time, they make 100-year-old buildings look amazing. And we're so thankful for the work that they do, led by Brett Santantonio and John Eikenberry and Harley Williams. This team is the dream team that you see on that screen. We're really lucky to have this group working for our students. As you heard earlier, I am excited to report that we have received the final comprehensive report from the Special Education Review, which was conducted, as you know, by the Educational Service Center of Central Ohio during the 2024-2025 school year. As you may recall, the review was focused on staffing, workload, class composition, and the delivery of educational and specially designed services to students with disabilities. We have wrapped up the process of identifying key personnel to meet during the 25-26 school year. This group will discuss the recommendations and process next steps, actionable steps, as we agreed upon by our BEA collaboration. You have all received the report, and we have asked our Chief Academic Officer, Casey Cosgray, to give us a review. She was heavily involved in this process throughout the year last year, and we appreciate her time this evening.
Good evening. Welcome. I'm pleased to give a summary overview tonight. The report is lengthy and goes into great detail. We will be going through the entire report with the Diverse Learning PTO in the near future and having the comprehensive session. So tonight's just an overview for everybody this evening. So this was the Special Education Review, and it was facilitated by the Educational Service Center of Central Ohio. I just want to note that our strategic plan, as we implemented it in 2023, many of the initiatives that are reported in the report were identified by our community back in 2022 when we did a comprehensive process for our strategic plan. So we do want to thank our community, our staff, our students who all participated in that process and identified a 3-year plan. We are finished with year 2 of that 3-year plan. We have plans for this year, which include a lot of this information in this report. And then we are also going to transition and create a new 3-year plan to address needs of the district for the future in the next 3 years. So I'm sure many of this will continue on because it is a process. Things don't happen overnight. We wish it could, but systemic change and sustainability change has to be deep-rooted, inclusive, and all moving forward together. So, as was mentioned earlier by Ms. Spector, this was initiated by a letter of understanding during our negotiation process. And at that time, Worthington had just gone through a big review similar to this. Dublin had gone through a big review similar to this. And so the association brought this forward as a need for them. And we agreed to that need. We work with the Educational Service Center in multiple avenues. We've asked them to come in and do a study on our PBIS, our positive behavior. So that's a third party coming in, looking at our systems, our processes and procedures, and giving us external feedback. We also are engaged with the ESC this year in a workforce development project and audit. So they're coming in to look at our systems and processes with regards to workforce. So we have a great relationship with the ESC as a third party where they bring in specialists. And so they facilitated this review throughout this year. So with that said, we have parallel paths going here, and sometimes they curve and weave, but we have our strategic plan initiatives, and then the special education review was happening at the same time this year. So work was happening and a review was happening. So sometimes those paths cross, sometimes initiatives were started, and then the review happened either before or after, but we were working in parallel paths. The committee last year consisted of Barb Gentili Green, who's the former director, and as you know, she retired. So we're handing that off to Dr. Amy White. Lizzie Kaiser is the district special education coordinator. Jay Scott, as was mentioned earlier, is our former intervention specialist and BEA president, and he did leave the district. Dr. Michelle Rogers then stepped in for a bit to join the committee as Jay's schedule was a little bit challenging. So Dr. Rogers joined us for some of the time. Jennifer Bogenreif Stewart led the process. She is from the ESC and is part of the specialized on-site support team. You'll hear it as the SOS team sometimes because they do come in and evaluate and give strategic planning steps for districts. And then I joined the team as well to make sure that we have consistency and transition from year to year. But I think the picture in the bottom says the most. This was the committee, but the committee was far-reaching. Lots of teacher input, lots of student input, some parent input. We had a couple missteps on some communication with parents, so you'll see in the report that that's an initiative that we want to carry over for next year too. But we did have some great parent participation as well. So really, this committee was a small committee, but it far outreached many people in a short period of time. So the purpose and the goals of the review, Dr. Fine mentioned this, it wasn't a full-on evaluation of our special education program. That's a massive undertaking, probably a multi-year study. So this was a very focused study on staffing, workload, class composition, and the delivery of educational and specially designed instruction. I just want to note that Bexley is a very unique place. We have 45% of our students identified as gifted. We have 17%, and all of these vary a little bit from year to year, of our students identified with a special education plan or an individualized education plan. We have another 17% of our students who have individual 504 plans. We have some students that are twice exceptional, have cross categorization. We are a small school, so we have limited number of sections and classes. So that all putting the pieces of that puzzle together is a really unique situation in Bexley. And we work every day to try to figure out unique and creative processes to meet the needs of all those students. So that was some of the premise of this review there is how can we do things different? How can we do things better? How can we meet the need of every single student under our care? So there were 4 main goals. Looking at system design, the overall system of how we staff, how we have workload, caseload, class composition and such. Second goal was to look at our human capacity, our human capital. Third one was to look at our instruction and how we're meeting the needs of students with learning disabilities. And the fourth one is to evaluate the effectiveness of communication and collaboration. So just to give you a highlight of the process, it had 4 phases over the year. The first was the planning phase. That team came together and planned out what the year could look like. They then implemented that plan from November to March. They gathered a lot of data, as is reflected in the report, and then they reported it back to us in May. The methodology that they used, it was a mixed methodology method, many methods. First one was staff survey. So we had 257 staff members were offered the survey, 213 completed it. That's an outstanding response rate, and that's our staff. They do come to the table when we ask them to. We have an excellent staff, 82% response rate. Our family surveys, we have 375 families that were offered the survey who have students with IEPs, 213 who have students with 504 plans. We also reached out to our preschool families and students who have left the district on scholarships. We wanted to get some insight about why they left the district. See, if there's things that we could improve and ways that we can support students better. So all of that, we had a 42% response rate, which is actually quite good for surveys. If you know survey statistics, maybe Dr. Baker, you might, but those are pretty good response rates. Would we like more? Of course we would. So we're going to hit that again this next year. The ESC and some of Jennifer's colleagues did some classroom observations, and that all was aligned with our Ohio Teacher Evaluation System, that's OTES. So we were all looking at similar focus. We had students who showed up too. We had 191 students voluntarily fill out a survey. So that's great data. We also had individual stakeholder meetings. So individuals like department chairs, principals, directors, some key parents too, who, like the Diverse Learning PTO president, I believe, was one of these. If it wasn't the president, it was another member of the cabinet. And then they did some extensive time studies too. These were time studies where our staff tracked their time, everything they did for 7 days. And that took a lot of time and dedication from our staff too. So we appreciate them. We had some focus groups, but that was very difficult. We tried to have some focus groups in April and May. Schedules, timeframes, coordinating, people getting together, it proved to be challenging. So that was limited participation. So that is something we're going to look forward to continuing next year to make sure we're getting all voices heard. In addition to that, to all of that data that was collected, they also looked at all the other different data points that we have, and that's quite a bit. We have, as I mentioned, our strategic plan, state report cards, the special educational profile. You can see it all there. Lots and lots of data collected and analyzed to inform our next steps. So just some outcomes here. The goal 1 was about our systems design. So it says that we do support the unique learning needs of students through a tiered system that includes both academic and behavioral supports. The leadership team is in the process of developing an integrated, comprehensive MTSS system. And I know we reported that out to you over the last several years as part of the strategic plan initiatives. And here is some feedback for us. While strong individual practices exist among intervention specialists and support staff, variability in implementation, collaboration structures, and system-wide training limit the effectiveness and consistency of MTSS across buildings. So as I talk about that parallel path, we've had a district-wide MTSS team formed, and this year we're rolling out, the middle picture there is an MTS handbook for all of our schools. It's going to be consistent across all 5 schools. The little flow chart on the right is the elementary MTSS flow chart. That used to be 3 different elementary flow charts, and we've now combined that with input from all 3 elementaries to one flow chart. We then are in the process of making that a flow chart for all of our schools, getting the middle school and high school. So that's kind of that parallel path that as this review was going on, our internal team was also doing work along the way. Goal 2 was to evaluate the adequacy of human capital resources. So as you can see there, we deploy a diverse and committed team of educators, and I can't stress that enough. We have a great group of educators that we get to work with every single day. And support staff. Our support staff is very vital to this as well, who serve the students with disabilities. It says here some feedback for us, but the organization and utilization of these human resources vary in effectiveness by grade level and buildings. So enhanced co-planning time, professional development, and inclusive practices, clarified roles, especially with our paraprofessionals, and more strategic scheduling would increase the impact of existing staff and better align with student learning goals. So some things that are happening already are elementary has, through the use of the dyslexia law and our literacy support teachers, we have a more targeted approach to literacy learning. We've shared that with you before, and we've shared that the way that our data has gone up for all students. At the middle school and high school level, we have carved out additional time this year. Our principals are giving up 2 of their staff meetings a month for dedicated co-planning time for our staff. We have a limited time in the day. We have to use every minute as efficiently as possible. So our principals have given that time back to the staff so that they can have more co-planning time. We just went through, as Dr. Fine mentioned, a few days of professional development that was dedicated to MTSS practices, dedicated to instructional practices, which I'll talk about in a minute, and really getting to know the needs of every single student in your care. So whether they have a health plan, a safety plan, a 504 plan, an individualized education plan, and those who don't have plans, we want to make sure we know each student and know the needs of their needs so that we can differentiate our instruction to meet their needs. Goal number 3 was aligning the instruction of evidence-based practices. Once again, we have a strong commitment to instructional excellence, and many people think because we are that all of our students are high achieving, and that is not the case. We do have students who need some additional support and who aren't meeting the grade level benchmarks and targets set forth for them. So there's a clear opportunity, as was said in this report, to deepen the system-wide integration of high-impact evidence-based practices, and that is what we rolled out yesterday, district-wide, and that's on the next slide here. And it's called the 10 Markers of High-Quality Instruction. Our team has been working on this for the last year. Lots of research-based practices, lots of collaboration amongst all 3 levels, elementary, middle, and high, to make sure that these things are happening in every single classroom as we move forward. The last one is to evaluate the effectiveness of communication and collaboration with stakeholders. It's mentioned that there's a strong interpersonal relationships and effective team level collaboration, and that is evident during IEP meetings, 504 meetings. Our staff communication is a recognized strength, it's noted, particularly among those teams. However, both staff and families report variability in communication practices and limited coordination. So that is an area for us to continue to develop. I will say that we have put forward, well, I'll go back to our staff. We love our staff. We have the best staff. They're dedicated. We do give our staff a lot of professional leeway on things. We trust them. This is showing us that we need a little bit more streamlining, direction, deadlines and such. So we have already put forth deadlines this summer for IEP progress reports, when they need to go out. We have a verification process that they're going out and that they are of high quality. And that's just one example of how we're streamlining some communication, some deadlines to make sure that we're partnering with families. As I mentioned, part of communication, we're going to continue our strong partnership with our diverse learning PTO and host a session in collaboration with them where we can go into the details of this report. Those are the 4 goals as were stated. And then also the ESC gave us some overall strengths. So I just wanted to highlight those today. They're broad, but a strong commitment to inclusive education. That is one of our core values. So they have recognized that we are living that. And to physical access to general education settings. We have removed quite a few barriers for like AP courses and such. There aren't prerequisites, so we've tried to open that door and provide the support. That's just an example there. We have highly dedicated staff with strong interpersonal collaboration, particular during those processes. We have a positive working culture that supports retention and morale. We don't hit that 100% of the time, but an external source has identified that as a strength of ours. We are expanding our use of trauma-informed and SEL-aligned practices over the last few years. We have high levels of procedural compliance and individualized student support. And we have positive parent feedback, highlighting strong relationships, responsive communication, and inclusive practices that make students feel valued and supported. Once again, not 100% students feel that way, but we have a high number, and we're going to continue to work to get all students. Our target is always to meet the needs of each and every student, all students. Some overall outcomes are the findings. We have to do some work with our MTSS, continue to do some work, and it acknowledged that efforts are on the way, but we need to be more consistent, and those are plans that we have in place. Staffing and workload. While staffing is strong, uneven scheduling, unclear roles, and high workloads limit service alignment and sustainability. So we've looked closely at that. Last year, we added an additional intervention specialist at Maryland. Some of our other schools were lower on the data, but instead of pulling an intervention specialist from one building, pushing them to another, which creates a different balance, we decided with Kyle's help in our 5-year forecast to implement or to add another intervention specialist. Just this week, in looking at final schedules and identifying student needs, we have a need for additional parapro support. So we are in the process of right now of adding an additional paraprofessional to the middle school to help with some students who have returned back to us, who've moved in, and then our current students moving up from the elementaries to middle school. So we are looking at our staffing and workload. And as I said, through Kyle's help in our 5-year forecast, we were able to add a couple positions there. Our instructional practices, we need to use the high impact strategies. I shared with you that chart that we are implementing. We have our service continuum and inclusion. Mentions here that elementary practices are stronger than secondary, and a unified service delivery model is needed to support flexibility and equity. So that's something that Dr. Amy White, as the new director of student services, will take on those conversations in collaboration with all of the intervention specialists and related services personnel, and then communication and collaboration, which we've talked about already. So the key recommendations, this is a bit of redundancy here, but it's how they formed it. So MTSS, workload-based staffing model, and systemic instructional frameworks, co-planning and inclusion, and enhanced communication systems. So we are moving forward in these directions. We have work to do. We always have work to do. We want to continue to include the entire community, our staff, and our students in this work as we move forward. So how are we going to move forward? What are the next steps? Per the agreement that we have with BEA, it was decided that we would form a new committee this year to study and evaluate the recommendations and make a path moving forward and implement that path. So our new committee consists of Nate Meyer, who is our BEA vice president. He's also an EAL teacher with the district, and he's our EAL coordinator. Brooke Schaus will be representing the district as an intervention specialist. She's at Montrose. We have Stephanie Holliday, who's an intervention specialist at the middle school. So she'll be looking at secondary. Brooke will be looking at elementary. Dr. Amy White, our new director of student services and accessibility, will join the committee this year. Lizzie will remain on the committee, and I will remain on the committee. The nice thing also that came out of this review is that the ESC found all of the alignments to our strategic plan. So as they gave us direction for the next 3 years, their recommendations, they aligned those to our strategic plan. So that was very nice, very informative, and it goes right along with the path we're already traveling. So it has year 1, year 2, year 3 recommendations aligned to our strategic plan. There is one area out of the 10, I think, or 12, that is not in our strategic plan, and that is the human capital systems and accessibility. So as we are refining our strategic plan, this might be an area that we will include in years 4, 5, and 6, but also the committee will address that this year as well. So as I said, that's a summary of a very intense and thorough report from an external perspective. We are happy with that study, not that happy that we have work to do, but it does help us identify the work that needs done and gives us a path and direction in addition to our strategic plan for moving forward. So if there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer those.
Questions from the board? I do have a few, and Casey, I appreciate the work that you've done to present this to us. You and I and Dr. Fine met earlier this summer to talk about the report, and we have discussed these, you've answered a lot of my questions because I think, we had talked about some of this. I think you're right to point out that this is a benefit to the district to have this information. And that there are good paths forward for us. So I appreciate that. Can you talk a little bit more? I had asked you about what is the plan in the near term for MTSS? I know you have told us over the last, several months and year and a half or whatever about the implementation of that. I understand what you're saying about 2 paths.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we are learning that we and you have said we need to grow that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you talked tonight about, PD and training. So tell me again, if you've already laid it out this evening, what PD, what training and what other things are happening with the MTSS work that permits us to more readily identify students who may be struggling and reach those students?
Sure. Let me go back to last year, and even 2 years ago when the dyslexia law came out. That was a pivotal moment for us to rally together and enact change. And that was an external force making that change, but it caused change. It caused good change for us. So at that time, surrounding that dyslexia law with our elementary educators, we all moved forward together. We first, with your support, we got in the best facilitators of that professional development. We dedicated time to that. We spent the whole year pretty much on literacy and the dyslexia law. The next year, then at the elementary, we rolled out a systemic MTSS process. It looked a little bit different at each elementary, but they had the core tenets of it. And all of last year, district-wide, all of our professional development days were focused on MTSS processes and meeting the needs of every learner. Now, our elementary was here. Then we, as the students move up to middle school, that conversation continued with our middle school staff. Now this year, it's K-12. So now this year, we're moving forward with implementation of MTSS processes at all schools. The elementary are moving ahead faster. I think I mentioned this to you during a presentation of the strategic plan. The best way to make sustainable change is to be very inclusive, build it together, build it from the ground up, and implement it. If you just say, here's how we're doing it, 9 times out of 10, that's not going to last. So we've been building this together. The middle school this year has a different schedule. So they are carving out time to find the time to meet the needs of every student. We have identified key resources. There are 3 tiers, just quickly. There's tier 1 that happens in every single classroom. There's tier 2, which is a different level. And then there's tier 3. Right now, we're really working on that tier 2. What does that tier 2 look like? Because sometimes it can happen in the classroom and sometimes it happens out of the classroom. So we're kind of deconstructing that tier 2 right now. That's kind of where we are as a district, but this is our main focus in almost every professional development.
So that helps us to understand maybe why the report found that the elementary schools were a little further along with all of this. And so I know that MTSS is just a part of what needs to be
Yep.
looked at, but
Yep.
it's great that we're moving forward with that. I had a question about providing more co-planning time in the day, and I heard you say tonight that just recently there's been an allowance for additional co-planning time. So I'm interested in the PD, I'm interested in the co-planning time and these things that are sort of, there's the flow chart and there's the documents, but giving our teachers the time and the resources they need to make these changes.
So we have a negotiated agreement or contract with our teachers, and that defines a lot of the
Time, yeah.
time, what can happen at this time, what can happen at that time. So we have time for our teachers set aside to meet with individual students. We have quite a bit of time. You won't see that in other districts, but paid time for them to meet with students. We value that. We want that, but we're chunking out parts of the finite day. And then we have teaching time, and then we have planning time, and we have staff meeting time. Staff meeting time at the middle school and high school is 1 day a week. So the other times are kind of already designated for other reasons. So after trying to negotiate that time, we know that there's a need for collaboration, trying to find more time. We can't add more time to the day. That falls out of the contractual time. So the only option we had right now is to look at the administrative directed time and see if we could use that differently. And that is where we landed, that our principals at the middle school and high school are going to use 2 of those 4 days a month to I don't want to say allow for, but to provide the opportunity to make sure that we have collaboration time for our staff. The elementary, that's already built in to
To
their
their day,
schedule.
yeah.
A little bit different schedules at the elementary compared to secondary.
That's great. And I had asked about, I knew that we had an additional IS, and I was
Yep.
asking about whether there were any other hires for, even though, it's an unusual time, and it sounds like you're
Yep.
looking at an additional para.
Yep. We just talked about that this
Yep.
morning.
And is that it sounds like that'll make a big difference for you, those 2 new roles.
Definitely the intervention specialist at Maryland
Yeah.
was the student caseloads were on the upper end, nearing the ceiling that
Mhm.
legally you're allowed to have. We weren't there, but we were nearing that. Our other schools were down a little bit. So we have a luxury, I would say, that we don't push our caseloads to the ceilings as many districts do. We have them a little bit, but I think what we also do is we go above and beyond in many cases. So when we look at sheer numbers on paper, we're low, but when we look at a workload, and I think that's what's mentioned in this, because we go above and beyond and we expect above and beyond service, great customer service, then that takes more time, that takes more energy, that takes more emails, longer meetings, more phone calls, so on and so forth. We chose to not have Maryland be at those close to the ceiling and to add a new intervention specialist to make sure that we're consistent across all 5 of our schools. At the middle school, the paraprofessional, it's the same way. We have to provide certain supports for students based on their IEPs. So as all those 5th graders move to the middle school, all those IEPs have to be implemented legally.
The transition.
And sometimes they call for parapro support, sometimes it's intervention support, sometimes it's specialized Orton Gillingham training. And we have to take all of the IEPs and make a big puzzle and map it out to our schedule. And what we found with some students who are moving into the district, some students who are returning to the district, and our current students moving from 5th grade to 6th grade, that we had a greater need for paraprofessional support, which was identified through their IEP. So it's not like we can just say, oh yeah, we'll provide that one, and we won't provide that one. These are legal documents that we're bound by.
So I think it's really important Casey's talked about it twice now. When we look at our caseloads, we had the opportunity, I think most years, most districts would have just pulled an IS from a building, moved it to another building because it balances those numbers. We worked really closely with Kyle and our team to not pull, but to add. And this has been a priority for us. It will continue to be a priority for us. Kyle will tell you, he'll show you the data, the amount of money we spend on special education since 2019. We're committed to continuing to do that. I have a child that just graduated from this district who received special education services, and the tier 2 and tier 1 supports that she received were world-class, and that is why I think she will be successful in the next step. That doesn't mean that we don't have gaps, and we are committed to identifying and filling those gaps. And I'm thankful for this report. I'm thankful for the collaboration. I'm thankful for our staff. We have work to do, and we want every student, every family to experience a world-class experience, both customer service and communication, but services. And that is our priority and will continue to be. And we will spend the money to do so.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Questions?
This is Dr. Baker. Yeah, thank you for the commitment by the unit to fix special education, you know, and to lean into the tough conversations and to roll the sleeves up. I know in the presentation it talked about maybe like some variability. I think they'll use that word a few times, right? And then also I think heard about, you know, less of a standardization. And then also maybe it's like a little bit more theoretical, but it talked about some of the frameworks like UDL and so forth. What's your take on the current staff's familiarity with these concepts and maybe why there has been less of a standardization in adopting?
Multiple thoughts go through my head. I think the first one I will say is that in a high-performing, high-achieving district, our teachers have experienced mostly success. So sometimes there's a fear of changing because maybe that success will change because I don't know if I try this new practice, whether the students are going to learn at the same high levels that they have been learning. When we look at our data, though, and we're digging in more to our data with our Opera data system, we have students that aren't meeting the mark. So even though we are renowned as a high achieving school district, we still have students who need some specialized support and aren't there yet. So we are rolling out just like the 10 markers of high quality instruction to set the stage that this should be happening in every classroom. It doesn't have to look the same in your classroom as in your classroom, but the concept of differentiation needs to happen. Years ago, it used to, and I think I mentioned this before, you know, a teacher would stand up, teach the lesson, and probably 80% would get the concepts and 20% wouldn't, and they just move on. Sorry, I taught it. You didn't learn it. Now we have to look at those 20% and say, what does each student need? They have to learn those concepts. So that's the concept of differentiation. That's the concept of co-planning and co-teaching with our intervention specialists. That's a concept of having our paraprofessionals in the room supporting students, whether it's supporting them with focus or scribing for them, whatever their needs are. So in addition to that, you have to understand the latest research. The dyslexia law is a really good example. So I know we reported to you that every single staff member had to go through a mandated dyslexia training. That's from kindergarten clear up through our high school chemistry teachers. Had to take the dyslexia law because when you're reading about chemistry, you know, you have to understand what students need. So there is some theory transferred into practice, and that's with the 10 markers of high quality instruction. That's what we're trying to provide for our staff. Our staff doesn't have time to go and study all of the research. So we're bringing that together, synthesizing it and saying, this is what the research says.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks.
That help?
Yeah, that helps. That helps. I think just a couple thoughts, just that sometimes it's like UDL, for example, right? Universal Design for Learning. So like we find different ways like student success and universal design for learning, and how can we kind of make this kind of permeate different facets of our work with our students in K-12 or higher education. And so we have work to do here in Bexley, and I'm looking forward to how things go the next couple of years.
Yep. I think Dr. Fine said too that we have pockets. So what we are doing now is we're having our departments come together, and I know Dr. Rogers' department came together. She could speak to it much better than I can, but her department came together and identified what are those instructional practices. What if a student is struggling with comprehending a text? What resources do we have? What strategies do you use? We're gathering all of that from our experts right here in Bexley. We're using our technology and we're gathering all that. So it's at the teacher's fingertips. So if they say, oh gosh, I have this student who can't comprehend that science text, well, maybe there's technology that can help them. Maybe there's another resource. A lot of times you can find the same concept, but in a lower level text. So different strategies like that. I could talk for hours and hours on this. So Joanne?
I'm done.
Oh.
Just to follow up on that, for these new, whether it's, I have it pulled up, sorry. The Hades, whether it's the
Hatties.
Hatties
Mhm.
Visible, or is there ways that we can help teachers either train up on this or
Mhm.
learn about it? Like, I'm thinking
Yeah.
about dyslexia a lot. Obviously, teachers had to go get qualified, as you mentioned, with the Gillingham training.
Mhm.
Is there things like that
Yep.
we can make voluntary for teachers? I mean, provide that service to teachers? I mean, is that something we're going to look for?
Yeah, I mean, there are multitude of opportunities for learning out there. It can be quite overwhelming. So
Yeah.
just today and yesterday, so our elementary went through it today, our secondary went through it yesterday. We did go over the Hattie's principles of effect size on different strategies. Sometimes people think a smaller class size is going to make a bigger difference. Well, Hattie says, no, a smaller class size doesn't have that much of an impact on student learning. So we did review those with them today. So we are trying to capture and synthesize what we think are the key essential learnings for our staff and then present them. And we do that through our PD days throughout the year. We now have 3 PD days. I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot than most other districts have. And then we do use our staff meetings for that as well.
And on your committee, I just found it interesting. I just thought of this as I was sitting here. There aren't any principals on those committees.
They're not, but that's why I included that picture of all the people, because they are definitely a part of the conversation. They are kind of in the trenches implementing it. So we have weekly principals meetings focused on different levels. 1 week it's the elementary, 1 week it's the secondary, the next week it's all K-12, where we talk about a multitude of things.
I'm just thinking on the MTSS side, just from my view looking in, principals, especially at the elementary level, are very involved in whatever incident occurs, whether it's behavior or otherwise. And so I just found that interesting that they weren't, because they're just so involved in some of the dynamics that happen in an elementary school, based on my experience. So I found that interesting that they weren't included. I don't know if there's a way to somehow bring them along through the process, but that's just something I saw. And then on the MTSS stuff, I think you mentioned this, but do you think the biggest barrier right now is when we had when we designed the system, we did allow for some variation between elementaries? Is that why it's kind of being applied and implemented differently, as they found in here? It's like, what's the biggest barrier to make it not so fragmented as it's applied?
Well, I think it's maybe a philosophical approach too, as I said before, like when you build something together, it's going to typically last longer and be more sustainable, rather than saying, here's how you're going to do it. Like I could say to Naisha Clayton, we want you to do it this, and this. And if she doesn't have that ownership and empowerment in it, it's kind of hard to build roots and dig in there. So we've been building it together. The biggest barriers, I would think, are time, always time. Our teachers and their schedules were maxed out. An example at the middle school, a math teacher teaches 5 math periods. And in some cases, when our enrollment's up, we might need a 6th one. Okay, well, that's like hiring a whole new teacher for 1 more period. That's why Bexley's really unique in our size. Like Dublin Jerome High School, for example, they have multiple sections. So you can kind of move kids here and there, and we're pretty locked down because of our size. So because they're teaching all 5 periods and planning and all the other responsibilities, there's that time, there's no extra time to have those discussions. And we want it to be during the contractual time as well. So a lot of times you will release a teacher to make sure that they're engaged in those conversations, but we're kind of all of our staff just fit right in this box. We have been able to do a little creative scheduling this year in the high school, like Dr. Rogers is now. She recently became trained in Orton Gillingham. So we were able to have some other teachers teach some of the courses that she would typically teach. We hate to lose her as the primary teacher, but now she's able to serve kids during the day using the new training that she has. So we're trying to do some creative scheduling. Yeah, that as well. But I think time is the biggest barrier.
So my last question is, we have this chart that was up there. Do you think that you'll be able to review caseloads and workloads prior to the next budgeting cycle and the 5-year forecast?
We're constantly reviewing workloads and caseloads. I mean, that's what I've been doing for the last 3 days while staff's in there, so we can make sure that we're doing it collaboratively. It's constant review. And we spent months on this throughout the last year, analyzing the data, looking at workload, caseload, and trying to make some fiscally responsible decisions as well.
Right. Okay, thank you.
I have a question. So now that we've identified opportunities for improvement, are we thinking outside the box as far as, like you said, time is always an issue. There's only so many hours in the day. We already have so much staff that we can implement for everything else, right? Are we looking at any summer school, after hours, virtual situations to try to bridge the gap? These are also the COVID kids, and they are definitely affected by that. Statistically, it shows across the nation. So we already have ground to make up. Are we even looking into anything like that could help these students achieve more?
When I first heard your question, I wasn't sure whether you were talking about students or staff, because both need time, both need some time. Our students I think you're talking about students. Okay. Our students are busy, busy, busy. That's why we have that period every day where staff is available, where students can come and get help. And that's unique. The challenge with that is it's early in the morning. And I know our students, especially in the middle school and high school, the research says that, they want to sleep in at that time. Their body needs some sleep. So we do have that time. We have engaged in our BCSOS online school, and I think I've shared some examples of where we've had some great success with students. One student even graduated early. That's a small group in there. We do have Apex courses, which are online. So we're looking at unique learning opportunities for students that are outside of the box, our credit flex options. But can we look at more? Absolutely. We can always look at more creative solutions. Does that help?
Sort of.
Okay.
Really speaking in terms of our special needs students
Mhm.
specifically. Do we have anything that we are lining up or entertaining or exploring in that regard?
Well, some of the things that we currently do and have done for many years is we have time built out in the schedule for supplemental study halls where the intervention specialists are present at that time so that specialized instruction can occur at that time. We also have ATL, it's a specialized period in the middle school, once again, where specialized services occur during the school day for students with special needs. So we do have some individualized programs already in place. Can we try to find more? Absolutely. We have increased our mental health specialists over the past, since I've been here. I think we've added 2 additional mental health specialists. We've added more counselors trying to support the mental, social, and emotional needs of students, but especially students who have identified needs in either a 504 plan or in an IEP. But that's what we need to continue to think outside the box.
Thank you.
Casey, I know you talked several times about systemic change. I know that, and you talked about it being a big lift that takes time. I'm grateful for you and the involvement in that big lift. And there's a lot of moving parts here. I know it needs to be, the paths need to be sort of developed and moved through, and we
Yep.
talked a little bit about the urgency of doing that work. I know you're fully engaged in it. You've given it a lot, and I know you will continue to do that, and I know you will too, Dr. Fine. And so I know there's more to come. Joanne asked about barriers. I had some thoughts about that as well. I know there, resources, the time, those are tough, but, we're all here to help you get what you need and what the district needs to reach the goals that you've laid out. So thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Huge help. Casey will be back with us a little bit later. Couple of staffing updates. Brad will help me get to, yes. So our Director of Employee Relations, Melissa Kloster-Milando, she, as you know, we communicated, maybe 2 weeks ago that pending board approval, she has announced her departure starting, I think, September 22nd. She will head back to where she started her career in 1999 in Hilliard, with Hilliard City Schools as the Chief Human Resource Officer. She, as you know, has been an important leader in our district for the last 6 years. She started here, came to us from Dublin, and was the principal at Montrose for, I think, 2 years. And then she became our Director of Employee Relations for the last 4, and has done a phenomenal job, has really molded that position into something really essential to us. And we really are thankful for all that she's done. We fully support her in this next step of her career. We're excited to see her journey, where it takes her. But we also now have an opening. And this is tough timing to have an opening. And we are working full speed. That posting closes tomorrow. We will work diligently to identify that next person to take over that space, and we'll keep the board up to date as we go. Director of Facilities and Operations, the legend, Dr. Harley Williams. We just celebrated him at our convocation. He has just completed his 25th year of service here in Bexley. Wanted to share that he recently submitted his retirement notice effective August 1st at the end of this year. He will leave Bexley Schools, as I said, after 26 years in Bexley. He began in 2000 as the principal of Bexley Middle School, was named principal of secondary schools in 2010, very similar to the model that we've had here lately with Jason Cottle. Then he was named the sole principal of Bexley High School in 2017, and he started in his current administrative position, I believe, in 2019. He's been an important connector. If you know Harley, he is dialed in on interpersonal relations with our staff and our students and our community, especially as his time as a principal. He's also been really instrumental in the development of our strategic plan, our facilities plan, as you know. We really appreciate Harley's ability and willingness to go ahead and present this letter of resignation to us so that we have a runway to identify the next person and what that will look like. And we really appreciate that. That way we can transition alongside him. That is a wealth of knowledge that is leaving the district, and we really appreciate his time. And so we'll keep you posted. We'll probably post that during hiring season, January, February, March of the spring. Also want to share that Athletic Director Eli Goldberger has announced that he will be retiring at the conclusion of the 25-26 school year, which is also the conclusion of his employment contract. Eli has served Bexley City Schools for 10 years. He has made countless contributions to our robust athletic programs, for which we are grateful. We are in full speed right now. We always say that athletics starts on August 1st, but it's an all-year thing, and we really appreciate all that he's done. We will post that position later this winter, and we will create a transition plan, and we really appreciate Eli's willingness to assist in that transition plan. That is another wealth of knowledge that is really important to support all of the robust athletic programs that we have. We wish Eli the best in his upcoming retirement, and we look forward to an action-packed year of athletics this year. And as you know, we are recommending David Leland as our next boys basketball coach. You know that David has been with Bexley City Schools since 2011, where he became an intern on the counseling team at the middle school. He joined the high school faculty full-time then the following year in 2012. Coach Leland has been a longtime assistant with the boys basketball program, serving the last 10 seasons as the head coach of the freshman team for the boys group. He was also an assistant coach for the boys soccer team in 2014. David is excited about the opportunity, looks forward to reaching out to families and players to begin setting the vision for the future of the basketball program. Also want to take this time to thank our girls varsity coach, Josh Price. Josh Price, as you know, stepped in over the summer while we were going through our search, and he stepped in to provide the players on the boys side opportunities in the gym. So we really appreciate that. That was an important time for our students and support. We also thank the student athlete and families who participated in our interview process. And I think that's my report.
All righty. Thank you so much. Before I ask for a motion to approve the agenda items 4C through 4K, as I noted, or as I think Joanne noted, I want to pull out the board policies so that we can talk about those separately. So I'm going to ask if there's anything else that anybody wants to pull off of the agenda to talk about separately. And if not, I would ask for a motion to approve items 4C through 4G and 4I through 4K. So that would be everything other than the board policies.
So moved.
Thank you. And a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That motion carries. And so for item 4H, as Joanne described, we have revised the cell phone policy for first read tonight. That policy is not required by the House Bill 96 to be in effect until January of the coming year. But the Superintendent's Policy Committee met about it and thought that it would be helpful to have that rolled out at the beginning of the school year rather than making a change mid-year. So with respect to that policy, I'm proposing that we make the proposed revisions effective as a result of this meeting, effective tomorrow for the beginning of the school year. And then we would have a second read in September. Now, we may need to revise that policy between now and our September board meeting. And if we do, that's why we do two reads. So any changes would become effective after our September board meeting. But I'm going to move that we approve item 4H, including revised policy JFCK on a first read to become effective as of August 14th. And that's pursuant to board policy BF. And then also in the same motion, approval of all the other policies as a first or second read as noted in the agenda. So I make that motion. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Is there any discussion or questions about it? If not, I'll call it. All in favor of approving item 4H, as I have mentioned, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That motion carries. And I will turn it over to Mr. Smith.
Thank you. I have really nothing formal to report, just the monthly financials and the July school district income tax came in a little bit better than forecasted. So that's always good to see. Not always there to see, but the variances that you see in the July monthly report were expected following the transactions and the work that we did in June as kind of a response about what was going on in the state legislature. So those variances were kind of expected. Yep. You saw the variances in the June report, and you kind of see the opposite variance in July for the most part.
Thank you. Any questions for Kyle? So I would entertain a motion to approve items 5B through 5F.
So moved.
Thank you. And I will second that motion. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That motion carries. And then we get Casey again.
All right. District harassment, intimidation, and bullying semi-annual presentation. We're required to present this. We're required to post this on our website and deliver it to the board president every 6 months. We kind of go above and beyond here, and we do a brief presentation to you all. So I just want to clarify the definition of bullying. So it has to meet these criteria in order to be considered harassment, intimidation, and bullying. So that is one thing that I like to remind everyone, because sometimes the word bullying is kind of thrown around. He's bullying me, she's bullying me, I've been bullied. And in order to count it as bullying, according to the state, it has to meet these definitions here. So that's part of the process when we get a report, is does it meet the definition? If it does meet the definition, of course, we take action. If it doesn't meet the definition, we still take action too, because likely something mean has happened. So we take action either way, but that is the definition. We do have continued training and guidance through all of our administration. And this is a key flow chart that was developed through our legal team, with our legal team. And basically at the bottom, and I've presented this in the past, but I think it's important just to note, at the bottom, there's 4 buckets that an action can fall into, a misbehavior. On the left, it could be discrimination. If there's something discrimination, it can fall in that. That goes with a certain process. It can be just a violation of our student code of conduct. So somebody took somebody's lunch, they say it's bullying. No, if it's not a repeated violation, it doesn't be classified as bullying, but that's a mean behavior, and that's a violation of our code of conduct. So we're going to take some action. And then the middle one is bullying. And then the last one is the Title IX, sexual assault, sexual harassment, and such like that. So anytime a behavior is witnessed, reported, we have to follow this path to see kind of what bucket it falls in, and then take the appropriate steps to identify our next steps and actions. House Bill 123 is the bill that requires us to have an anonymous reporting system that's monitored 24 hours a day. We do have that, so I want to just share that data. That's something we've been sharing with you over the past few years. We used to have, so the Stay Safe, Speak Up is that monitored system. So 24 hours a day, it's monitored by humans that if they suspect self-harm or harm to others, they're going to immediately pick up the phone, and there's a list of people that they call. So sometimes it might be at 1 o'clock in the morning, my phone rings, Dr. Fine's phone rings, and it's this service saying we have an issue. And then we immediately take action at that point too. That is the Stay Safe, Speak Up. We had a secondary reporting, which was just an online form that Brad created for us that went into our inboxes. So at 1 o'clock in the morning, we weren't necessarily checking our emails. And so we decided to eliminate that this year to make sure everything's funneling into that 24-hour hotline that's monitored, because we certainly didn't want to miss an important email, in the middle of the night or whenever a crisis was happening. So for efficiency purposes and for student safety. So I have some notes there. So not all reports of student misconduct constitute bullying and harassment. Yet every report is still addressed. I think that's really important. Even if it's not considered bullying, we still take action and address it in a variety of ways. And not all reports are made through our online system. Sometimes the teacher sees it, they'll report it. We have a new reporting system now called Aubrey that you've heard about. That's how we're tracking all that data. A parent might report it. Somebody in the community might report it. There's different ways that it's reported, and all reports require, and we do take action. So this is our bullying data for this year. And you can see the 29 cases, 15 of those quite higher than last year, have been substantiated, have met that definition of bullying, and 14 were not, but those 14 we still took action on in some manner, in an appropriate manner. So the number overall of reported cases is staying pretty constant, but there was an uptick this year in those that were classified as bullying. As always, not only with this data, but with all of our discipline data, it's data that our PBIS teams, Positive Behavior Interventions and Support, we have a team at every building. We have a district-wide team. We analyze the building data, we analyze the district data, and then we ask ourselves, what else can we do? What can we do better? Sometimes in the elementary, they'll identify that, oh, this swing set over here is causing quite a few problems on the playground. So we probably need an adult near that swing set, or maybe we have to review the rules, or maybe we have to create some rules for that. So that's how we look at it. At the high school and middle school, they do the same. And so those are typically quarterly meetings where the data is reviewed and action is taken, adjustments are made, duty schedules, education of students. A number of things can happen when we review the data. So different supportive measures mentioned the PBIS committees. We want to continue to build our positive relationships. We want to implement, sometimes students need to learn how to behave. Similarly to how students need to learn how to read, sometimes students need to learn how to behave. So we have to put some supports in place to teach students the proper behaviors. We're going to continue to be No Place for Hate schools, which this year all 5 schools have been designated No Place for Hate schools. I think you saw in one of our pictures, we have our No Place for Hate t-shirts, and we're going to be having formal ceremonies at each school recognize that we're No Place for Hate. We're going to continue to focus on belonging and wellness, restorative practices, cultural responsive practices. We have all of the support plans. We're going to use our wellness centers for calming spaces, create safety plans when need to, and so on and so forth, implementing our ABRE system. So quite a lot going on here to try to eliminate any bullying.
And sorry to go back, sorry to interrupt. We've expanded our restorative practices training. We just trained our secretaries, administrative assistants, our coaches were all trained this year. So that is something that Dr. Lewis has really been dialed in and focused on. So that's expanding the reach.
One of our secretaries said, and she's been here for 16, 18, 19 years. I can't remember the number for sure, but she said I heard her say to Dr. Lewis after the training, that is the best training I have had since I've arrived at Bexley. So it's really powerful training.
That's great. And was that partly in response to this higher, I mean, the numbers have gone up and we're trying to do a lot of work in this space. And yet we had a real uptick this year. Were there things like the swings or, other things that you've been able to identify, or do we feel like we've got the pieces in place in order to help the students?
Some wonderings that we have is our new system has increased reports of all types of behaviors. There's now a process and a procedure for reporting those behaviors. And then there's a full circle that behavior has to be complete, or, the whole process has to be complete.
So maybe we're learning about more.
I think
it's helping us to understand better where the issues are and help us to find new ways to train and work.
Yeah. And I think I think Mike was getting at it earlier. I think the needs of our students have changed. I think the needs of adults have changed. That's why we look at our secretaries. They're that first line of defense. And if a young child or a parent reaches out and they're the ones that are in the space, it is critical that they have the same training that our staff have. And coaches, it is a huge population. We have over 100 coaches in our district. They're seeing and hearing and watching, and it is critical that they respond appropriately as well.
That was an initiative in our strategic plan too.
Right.
So we trained 2 years ago, all staff in the verbal de-escalation restorative practices. And so we're right now to the point of coaches, secretaries, making sure that we cover all people who touch students throughout the district.
Thank you.
Question?
Yes, relative to the other Central Ohio districts, where do we fall as far as our incidents of bullying or situations like that?
I haven't looked at that data lately. I know 2 years ago, I looked on different schools' websites to see how they were reporting it. Some districts have very, very low numbers, like big districts, once again, like Worthington and Dublin. At that time, they had very low incidence reporting, which was a little shocking to me. So I was trying to gauge where we fall. So looking at similar districts, but I haven't looked at that data in a couple of years.
And we also, in talking with other superintendents, I'm with many of them throughout the month, extreme behavioral needs are happening across Central Ohio, I'm sure, and beyond. And it's that piece that we're talking about and how they're addressing it. Those are why we're trying to identify how are they getting it reported, how do they address it. So there's an uptick in at least Central Ohio of behaviors.
And that might fall into the next presentation too, about that's where we're focusing on the verbal de-escalation and physical control. But that's a good thing. We'll put that on our list to analyze districts around us and similar. Any other questions? That I'll move on then to the seclusion and restraint data presentation. This is part of Ohio Revised Code 3301-35-15, and this is when they enacted the PBIS, and they've since enhanced it, but we are to make annual reports to the Ohio Department of Education. We have done that, and then what we've done is present that to you as well. So this is an overview of that. To help avoid any restraints or seclusion, we have implemented the CPI through the CPI Institute is nonviolent crisis intervention, and it's trauma training. We have in-house trainers. So we have Michelle Jones, who's our behavior specialist, and then Lizzie Kaiser, our special education coordinator, got trained this year as well. We also have some other teachers who are trained, but this year Lizzie and Michelle are doing the training. And this is where we expand our reach, and we train every single staff member in the verbal de-escalation training. And that is part of that restorative practices training too, as Dr. Fine said. When a student's dysregulated and maybe comes to the office, to the secretary, you know, we want to make sure that those secretaries know how to respond as well. The purpose of this program is to build on everybody's existing skills. We all have different skill sets, but also to enhance our abilities to recognize, first of all, to look for signs that somebody's becoming agitated or dysregulated, to prevent that from moving any further, to manage crises, behaviors, and this training does it in two ways: person-centered approaches and trauma-informed responses. So it's very comprehensive training. I will note that we are analyzing other trainings. Michelle Jones did go to other, this is the CPI. She went to another training, so we could compare and contrast to see if this is the best one out there. So we are continuing to look outside at other methodologies as well. This particular training looks at 4 different key areas, and that's care. We're caring for the individual who's dysregulated. You know, we want to make sure we're respectful, we're providing them their dignity, be empathetic, and that's that person-centered. We also look at their welfare. We want to make sure that they're maintaining their independence, having some choices, and having some well-being. And that's part of that verbal de-escalation, because if somebody's dysregulated and you say, you must go do this, you know, that's probably going to escalate that situation. Where in verbal de-escalation, sometimes there's time where you just step back and they might need some no verbal contact, or do you want to do this or do you want to do this? You know, giving people some choice and independence. Do you want to take a break? Do you want to go to a private space? Making sure that their dignity is first and foremost there, and keeping everyone safe. That's the third tenet here, is making sure that safety is a priority. And everyone has some rights, but we also want to minimize any harm to self or others in the process. And security, we want to make sure everybody feels safe. It kind of goes back to their dignity too, that they're effective. And it's harmonious and collaborative relationships. And that involves a process after the event, after the person is dysregulated or is regulated, to come back at some time. Might not be right then, might not be that day, but when that person is ready to reestablish those relationships, kind of bring that full circle too, because we want to make sure that they're reintegrated and a part of the community and feeling a sense of belonging. We've all been in this moment where we've become angry or dysregulated, and you do have to get yourself kind of back into the situation. Person-centered and trauma-informed approach. We want to recognize that the person knows themselves best. That's why we have to give them that independent. Even the little ones, they know what they want. They know how their body acts. We can coach and guide them along the ways, maybe give them some choices. And our teachers do a wonderful job at this because they know the students really, really well. So when students are starting to escalate, they can, most of the time, ward those off and get them calmed down. We want to consider their life experiences. We all come to the table with a different pathway, different life experiences. So knowing our students really well, knowing our colleagues really well, brings us to the point where we can have empathy and understand maybe where the dysregulation might be coming from. Understand that every person is unique. This kind of goes to a little bit of the MTSS process. Every building has a unique culture too. So we're going to put a framework in place, but every building probably has to massage that and wiggle that around a little bit. Similar to every person's, we can't say, oh, if a student becomes dysregulated, do this, then do this, do this. That doesn't work for everybody. So you have to be able to recognize and make some judgments along the way. And we want to value the person's rights and dignity. So those are the tenets of the training that we employ for everyone. And we have to understand that when somebody has a distressing behavior, they're telling us something. That's a form of communication. So it's our job to try to figure out, we don't always know what they're communicating, but communicating something, and how can we figure that out and help get them the support and the needs and meet their needs. The state of Ohio, once again, defines what restraint is and what seclusion is. So we've been presenting these to our staff to make sure that there's knowledge and understanding of what does it mean to restrain someone? What does seclusion mean? So you can see those restraints or those definitions there. And when staff are reporting a potential restraint or potential seclusion, then our behavior team analyzes that situation and says, does it meet the definition or does it not? And then we're required to report to parents within 24 hours. So that is our team. We have a central reporting system. It comes in, we do the analysis of it, and then we communicate. That's also stated in our board policy under PBIS. So here's our data. Just to recall, in 2021 and 22, maybe Mr. Carter was part of the COVID response, but we had quite a high number of restraints and seclusion that year. And that's when we implemented CPI for all. And we've continued to do that. So you can see how our data is since we kind of put that full court press on. Identified the training institute, identified the time, the place. We got our own trainers, and that's been very successful. Of course, we don't want anyone to go through that. We have processes in place now. You've heard us talk about green teams, where if a student is having some distressing behaviors, the green team can be called. We've had, I can't remember the data, it's almost maybe, it was 80 something green team calls. But that is the beauty of de-escalation, because in 80 some calls, only 9 of them resulted in a physical restraint of a child. So that team comes in and determines how we can support that student without physically restraining them, without secluding them, to get them what they need to calm down. And then when ready, re-engage. So once again, our supportive measures, I mentioned a lot of these already, but we have our BCBA. We are hiring additional registered behavior technicians. They're hard to come by. We had hoped to hire 2 additional registered behavior technicians before the school year started, and they're not out there. So we are going to take a different approach. We also decided that today that we're going to really persuade some of our current paraprofessionals to, and we'll sponsor them through this training so that we are growing our own registered behavior technicians. We partner with Nationwide Children's Hospital. We use our in-house trainers. We train everyone. We have a reflection process afterwards so our staff can say what went well. What can we do better next time? That's all documented. We make sure that we are reviewing behavior plans and making sure that they're implemented to fidelity. And we're providing targeted instruction through our SEL curriculum on emotional regulation. So that's a tier 1 implementation. So questions on that?
Yes. Is data being collected based on ethnicities, gender, staff involvement?
Ethnicities,
Just looking for
gender
patterns.
of students, yes, but can you clarify more on staff involvement? Like which staff
I'm
member?
sure there are certain staff that
Yes.
would have a tendency based on the population that maybe they work with regularly would have a higher incidence than other people, or other staff.
Mhm.
But is that data being collected
So we have the
and
Aubrey
analyzed?
and analyzed, yes. So this was the first year of implementation of our Aubrey behavior data platform. And we've collected an enormous amount of data, and all of that data is disaggregated at our fingertips. We've even customized some of those data points so we can see race, ethnicity, gender, location, time, teacher reporting it, how many times teachers report it, which teachers report it, where they're reporting it, what time of the day it's happening. Right after lunch is a hot spot. Towards the end of the day, the incidents go up, up, up. So yeah, we're looking at that data, and we have our PBIS teams that analyze that data constantly, and we have a district data team.
Yeah.
That analyzes.
And Dr. Lewis was heavy in that early process. So when we started with Aubrey, coming out of, or I guess going into last fall, we had an incredible number of reports. And so we are constantly, I have it on my laptop, Casey has it on it. We are constantly working with our building leaders to make sure that reports are being addressed and closed. And what we mean by closed is communication has happened, all the things that we need to do. But we have conversations in our executive leadership team meetings around the data that you're talking about. Our data teams at the building level, it's an incredible amount of data that we're finding and seeing, and we're trying to stay on top of. But really valuable. It's simplified our ability to break that data down.
And we've even shifted some of our procedures to this year. Last year, if there was an incident, a teacher was to go in and say, yeah, it was fighting, it was bullying, they could tick, all these different potential violations. And then we found that our data was very, very, very vast. So what's going to happen this year, a slight shift, is that the teacher is going to report what happened. And then throughout the investigation process, through the administrative, then the administrative is going to then determine, was it bullying? Was it fight? And then they were going to, after the investigation, identify where the violations occurred. Mind you, we also use this system for positive behaviors. We tend to talk a lot about our negative behaviors, but we also have positive behavior systems where we are catching students doing the right thing and the great thing. All schools have reward systems and award ceremonies to recognize the positive behaviors as well. So.
I'll say one last thing. Really appreciate the focus with CPI. The data is really powerful when you look at I think it was 21, 22, and then we implemented that when Barb arrived. I think that's really unique as a district. I'm not saying they're not out there, but I'm not aware of any districts that are approaching the type of training we are, from the superintendent down to other folks in the district. We just had our annual, we do this annually. We were in the gym with our performance test. You have to take a performance test, you take a written test, and you get recertified. And if you don't do it right, you don't get recertified. And I am really thankful for Lizzie Kaiser, Michelle Jones, Brooke Smith has helped us with that. That is a time impact and a financial impact that we are committed to doing because it matters, it's critical, and it is essential to the supports of all children in Bexley. So really appreciate that commitment.
Anything else?
Anything else from the board? Thank you, Casey.
Huge thank you, Casey. And Casey, really appreciate, we have Miracle Day tomorrow. Casey has done a phenomenal job of supporting our building leaders, our staff, leading and guiding that professional development. We also knew when we scheduled 3 presentations the night before the first day of school that would be an impact, and really appreciate you getting that information in advance to the board so that folks could have a chance to see it and absorb it. So huge thank you.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is an executive session. A public board of education may hold an executive session upon a majority vote of the board by a roll call vote for consideration of any of certain enumerated matters. Our executive session this evening is to consider the employment of a public employee or official and/or compensation of a public employee or official. May I have a motion to enter into executive session for these purposes?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you. Kyle, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Pickrell,
Yes.
Dr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Carter,
Yes.
Mr. King,
Yes.
Ms. Powers.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. We are back from our executive session. And I have two resolutions that I will read, and then the board can decide whether to adopt these two resolutions. Whereas the Board of Education has completed the annual evaluation of Superintendent Dr. Jason Fine's performance under his contract, Section 7, and has determined that the superintendent has achieved all of the state standards for superintendents and has met his objectives for the 2024-2025 school year as identified in his evaluation. Now therefore be it resolved by the Bexley City School District Board of Education that the board is determined as provided in Section 4 of the superintendent's contract to increase the superintendent's base salary to the amount, I need to take one break and pull my math page. $7,875. Be it further resolved that the president of the board and the treasurer are authorized to the president of the board and the treasurer and the superintendent are authorized to execute an appropriate contract amendment with the superintendent consistent with this resolution and Section 4 of the superintendent's contract. The second resolution is whereas the Board of Education has completed the annual evaluation of Treasurer Kyle Smith's performance under his contract and has determined that he has achieved the evaluation standards and met his objections for the 2024-2025 school year as identified in his evaluation. Now therefore be it resolved by the Bexley City School District Board of Education that the board instructs the treasurer to make payment to the treasurer pursuant to the terms of his current contract and his evaluation. So with those two resolutions before us, I would entertain a motion to approve both resolutions.
So moved.
Thank you. And a second. Thank you. All in favor of approval of those two resolutions, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. That motion carries. And our final item is adjournment. I move that we adjourn. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. That motion carries.